Okay, I'm trying to unmute. Okay.
Okay, Ms. Griego, can you hear us?
If it works, yes. Okay.
Appreciate it.
Go on.
Yeah, just I got it right on the screen. So we got a quorum, right? Emily, are you there?
Yes, I am.
Call to order, pledge of allegiance. At what time? 5:30. Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Okay.
Emily Hunt Daly.
Here. Here.
Richard Jones. Thank you. Alicia Lundstrom. Ron Ortiz.
Here.
Dr. Garashambo.
Here, Ms. Lundstrom said she'll be delayed.
Okay.
Adoption of the agenda, Mr. Pettis.
Yeah, good evening, Mr. President, Board. I do recommend that we adopt the agenda as presented.
Is there a motion? I'll move to approve the agenda tonight. Is there a second?
I second. Second.
Thank you.
Motion made by Ron Ortiz, seconded by Emily Hunt Daly to approve the agenda as presented. Roll call.
Emily Hunt Daly.
Yes.
Richard
Yes.
Jones.
I don't know.
Thank you. Alicia Lundstrom. Ron Ortiz.
Yes.
Dr. Garashambo.
Yes. Three, adoption of minutes, Mr. Pettis.
Yes, Mr. President, Board, I recommend that we approve the adoption of the minutes of March 1st and March 2nd as presented.
Is there a motion, let me give you a moment or two to take a look at those minutes, please. And I'll wait a motion.
So moved.
Moved by
Emily Hunt
Ron,
Daly, so moved.
Okay, Emily Hunt Daly makes the motion and seconded by Ron Ortiz to approve the March 1 and March 2, 2022 minutes as presented. Roll call.
Emily Hunt Daly.
Yes,
Thank you.
yes,
Richard Jones. Alicia Lundstrom. Ron Ortiz.
Yes.
Dr. Guy Shambo.
Yes. Let's continue on. Recognitions, Mr. Perez.
Yes, sir, Mr. President, Board, before I do, I just like to make a comment that it's really nice to see people, real people in the real world back. And this is really different for us. We've been closed down pretty much for over 2 years, and having this set up like it is now is very different. But it's very pleasing to get back to some kind of normalcy, and this is another sign of that. So just wanted to share that with you. But the recognition that I have this evening, I hope that Mr. Jackie Sanchez is online. We do want to say how appreciative and proud we are of the Laguna Acoma High School girls basketball team. They made it quite high in the tournament. The state tournament, made the playoffs, and then fell short at the very end. But however, in my eyes, I don't think they fell short in any way. They still have an up and coming team, and we're not only happy about the accomplishments now, but I know that there's going to be very well some upcoming accomplishments with this girls team. So anyway, if anybody's there to speak for Laguna Acoma High School girls, we'd appreciate it.
I think that's fantastic also. We're looking forward to better things for all of our teams throughout the school district. We appreciate the efforts on the part of all coaches and all players.
President Archambault. I'd also like to know, I just heard just recently that some students from Laguna Acoma did place first and second in the science fair that was just held recently. They each got a cash prize, or some of them got a cash prize, I believe, of 500, 250, something like that. So if anybody comes out from Laguna Acoma, they could share some more information with us.
Okay, thank you. Appreciate that. Mr. Perez, let's move on to citizens to address the board.
Mr. President, Board, there are no requests to address the board this evening.
Okay, let's continue on to the presentations then.
Okay, Mr. President, Board, as you know, that we regularly have all schools present what's going on at the school site. And this evening we have Mesa View Elementary with Principal Grego on standby. Ms. Grego?
Good evening. Can everyone hear me?
Yes.
Okay,
Yes.
great. Good evening, Mr. Board President, board members, Superintendent Pettis, and our community. I would like to present a short PowerPoint on Mesa View. All right. Is everyone able to see the PowerPoint?
Not yet.
Okay.
Co-hosted.
She closed.
Is hers coming up, Dr. Martin?
She has closed permissions.
Are you pulling it up, Ms. Grego?
Yep, I have it on mine. If not, you can't see it, I think I shared it with Lorraine. Maybe Lorraine can pull it up.
You're not
She can email it to me and then.
Or she can unshare and then try again, and usually it'll.
Maybe if you unshare and then share again.
Unshare and share again. Okay,
Stop sharing, I think is what it says.
let me unshare. Okay, and then now.
Dr. Martin, you might have to allow her to share the screen.
Let's go on to the other and then come back to it.
Okay. Why don't you, Ms. Grego, if you could email that to Mr. Maldonado,
Okay, I can do that.
Let's,
then we can,
so we want to know, oh, wait. Are you ready?
let's see, I think, okay. Ms. Grego, we're gonna go ahead and go on to the next item, and we'll come right back.
Okay,
Let's make sure we get it right for you, because we want it to be perfect. And so we'll go on to the next item and we get back to you.
Okay, next item, Mr. President, is school site successes, and we have facilitated by Ms. Rita Sanchez.
Dr. Martin has this one.
So next one.
Site success.
Read through
Next
it.
one.
We'll read through the meeting real quick. Okay.
Others. She can.
Hello, everyone.
Hi.
You made it.
Yes,
We're good.
right there.
Sure. Yes.
Mr. President, members of the board, Mr. Perez, tonight we have more school successes to share with you. First up, we have Mr. Brandon Small and Martine Saavedra. Come on up, guys. Don't be shy.
Which school?
This is from Grants High School. Can you go to the next slide, please, sir? And so these two were working on a project that ultimately benefited the freshman class, but I'm gonna let them tell you about the project that they worked on.
So we built this grill for the freshman class. We started off on just our base. We used the MIG in the class, and we loaded our base all together. We took this wood heating tube and we lowered it to that base, and then we put that rack on it so you can set your tools and build hooks to set your tools, and then put some nice smokestacks, and then grinded all the paint away so there was nothing that was gonna just toxify any food or anything.
We built our smokestacks out of square tubing, and mostly the whole thing out of square tubing. And what the grill was from a wild pump. So we used that. We cut it open and made two parts. First part like a grill, and then we used expanded metal as to cook the food, and then we welded that wild pump all back together so it would open and close. And our handle was out of square tubing also, and we used a bender to bend metal with to make the handle. And yeah.
That's pretty cool.
The freshman class was able to use the grill to raise money for their class.
And I can vouch, I eat a hamburger off that.
Amazing. That's pretty cool.
So is it working okay? You have to make any adjustments on it?
No, it's working fine. It's we use briquettes, so it's working pretty good. I think they raised like $800 or something too.
Fantastic.
So I guess the next question is, when's our barbecue?
That's amazing. Well, really, thank you. It's really exciting to have students create something that is benefit to you and also benefit to the kids.
Of course.
That's probably the best thing that happened, was that they got to use it.
Yep.
And that's pretty cool. So they know that you guys are what's made it multi-class at Grants High School. That's super. Any comments? Okay. Best wishes.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Next up, we have Milan Elementary with their accelerated reader field trip, and we have Miss Vanessa Calzada Marcus to share.
Good evening. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay, good evening. My name is Vanessa Marcus and I work at Milan Elementary. I am a second grade teacher. And recently we had the privilege of taking Milan Elementary students, kindergarten through sixth grade, to the Grants Public Library. The students that were able to go were the students that reached their third quarter AR goal. There were 253 students in all. We had to designate 3 different days to accommodate all the students. The library was amazing and very welcoming to our students. They stressed the importance of reading right now in their school as well as in their lives. The buses were very accommodating as well. We wanted to make sure to say thank you to Miss Nadine Jerome for working with all of our students and making it a fun event. They did a read aloud and then they switched their groups and they did an art project. So each student that went got a story read and came back with a make and take. It was a very good experience for all of the students at Milan Elementary, and we're looking forward to doing it again.
Thank you, Ms. Marcus, and also thank you to Ms. Hiron. She's been very good with all of our students and accommodating to us with the district to work together. So we appreciate both.
Thank you very much. I know exactly what AR is all about. And I think I enjoyed having that experience, having kids go through the program and actually spend a lot of time reading. That's marvelous.
Thank you, Vanessa.
Thank you.
Go ahead to the next slide. So next, I know we don't.
I would also like to, okay, I'm sorry. I
That's
would
okay.
also like to know as the language arts teacher, how productive and needed it is for our students to read. And that's the foundation for success. And we really appreciate programs like this that enhance that reading and motivate them to do, especially reading on their own, not just in the classroom, but reading on their own. So you're doing an excellent job. Thank you very much.
Miss Emily Hutt, I have to say that it was very rewarding to hear her stress the importance of reading in your everyday life. She said something like, you wake up every day. Do you read as soon as you wake up? Tell me a moment when you don't read. And she had the kids really thinking about when they read and how they get to school and all the signs they see on the street. And she just stressed the importance of reading. Also, it was great for them to know that they have the library here in town and they can go visit it whenever they please. So that was one awesome thing that we got out of the trip as well.
Excellent.
Next.
Go back one, Dr. Martin. So while we don't have all of our quarter 3 Illumina assessments, and we do have some classes that have finished, and so one class at Mesa View would like to share a significant success with you all tonight. Ms. Griego, is Mrs. Holden on?
Yes, she's on. So I'll introduce her. So this is a snapshot picture of the students in Miss Holden's 4th grade class. And all of her students scored proficient or advanced on the quarter 3 assessment and Illuminate. And she would also like to give a big shout out to one of her students, Benjamin Apodaca. He scored a 100% on both his ELA and math Illuminate assessments. So Mrs. Holden is on.
I also see Benjamin on, just so you all know.
Benjamin is also on.
Okay, is my, oh yeah, my, good evening, everybody. I'm the fourth grade teacher, one of the fourth grade teachers at Mesa View. And I was listening to Miss Vanessa talking about the reading, and I can't help but think how this ties into my students' success, because I have a classroom full of readers this year. Most of them, including Benjamin, have made their AR goal 3 times this year so far, all of 3 quarters. And as you can see, being either advanced or proficient on the quarter 3 Illuminate ELA test. And also in math, they were not all proficient or advanced. I only had one student though that was basic. Everybody else was proficient or advanced, and they've come up from having below basic to far below basic. So they've worked really hard. This is an accomplishment for them. They've worked really hard. They've fought through tears and everything else, but they have accomplished this amazing task, and I'm so proud of all of them. And Ben, like Ms. Grego said, he has scored 100% on both tests. He is constantly pushing himself to do better. He gets upset with himself if he doesn't do it right the first time. So he pushes himself as much as I can push him. So all my fourth graders, they've done an amazing job, and thanks to the parents who helped them and pushed them too.
That's important, is to have the parents involved to support this. So that means that the parents will feel rewarded that their children in their class have been able to demonstrate that they can succeed in complicated tasks such as taking an Illuminate test like this. And for Ben Apodaca, congratulations, man. Scored 100% in both tests. I see there.
Yes, let's hear a few words from him.
Is he on?
He's on.
Don't be bashful.
Thank you.
All right, there you are. Yeah, it's pretty good.
Let's hear your views on reading, Mr. Ben, Mr. Apodaca. What can you tell us about reading?
Reading, it's kind of hard sometimes because you only have a certain amount of time to make your goal and stuff like that. So it's kind of hard, but most of the class has made it, and I think all of us are good readers.
Excellent, very good. You're also an excellent speaker. Keep it up.
Thank you.
Thank you, Ben. Thank you, Ms. Holden. Congratulations.
So next is Monica Martinez-on. Yes. She had a conflicting meeting. I'm glad you made it, Monica.
Yes, I made it back just in time.
Okay, go ahead.
Good evening, board. So we were able to celebrate Dr. Seuss's birthday. So staff and students at Cubero and Cebolleta Elementary School celebrated Dr. Seuss's birthday on March 2nd by doing art and literacy games and activities. Some even dressed up as their favorite Dr. Seuss characters. And this was a blast, having the kids come into the gym. They participated in several activities. We did some arts and crafts, and it was just wonderful to see them smiling and having a great time. Staff even went out and dressed up as some of their characters. So both at Cubero and Cebolleta, we were able to celebrate and have fun that day and do some literacy and art activities. I think there's another slide.
Can you go on to the next one? There you go.
Yeah. And we have our Cebolleta students who did arts and crafts activities, and they are just so adorable with their arts and crafts that they did in class. A lot of reading at both sites that the kids participated in. So we had a blast. Thank you.
That's great. That's to visually see their happiness, to connect one of the most famous authors, children's books. What does that say? Green Eagle. Can you guys read that?
It says green eggs and ham.
Green eggs and ham.
Eggs and ham.
Come on, Mr. Dr.
They're getting old. I'm looking at it and I still can't see it. Okay. I love that. It's really great. Congratulations, Monica, for both of your schools.
Thank you.
I might tell you, Miss Monica, you're never too old to play around with Dr. Seuss. I had my seniors watching Green Eggs and Ham and the Cat in the Hat, and they drew pictures, and these are 17, 18-year-olds, and they just loved it. And so.
Oh, good. Yeah, I think we all enjoyed dressing up that day as a character from Dr. Seuss's book. So it was fun.
It really shows you're doing an excellent job, Ms. Martinez.
Thank you.
Continuing.
So next we have a big congratulations to all of our local science fair winners, and we have a big number of them. I haven't got all the results yet, of our GCCS students that'll represent the district at state and hopefully beyond that. And today we have Mr. Harry Lee here with us. He brought his science backboard to show you, and he's gonna say a few words. He goes to Milan Elementary.
Oh, boy. Science fair.
Good evening, board members, Mr. Perez, and community members. My name is Harry Lee, and I am in 6th grade at Milan Elementary. My project this year is Medicago sativa. Alfalfa is an important plant for cattle. Right now, cattle are starving due to drought. In Cibola County, we are in a 20-plus year moderate drought. I conducted an experiment on whether 24 hours of UV grow light will grow alfalfa faster than the 10 hours of natural winter sunlight. I hypothesized that if using a UV grow light is more efficient than natural sunlight, and the plants will grow faster and larger. My hypothesis was proven correct. The alfalfa under the UV grow lights grew to 17.5 inches, while the alfalfa with only the natural sunlight grew to 8 inches. I was very excited to win my category and now get to represent our district at State Science Fair. Thank you for your time.
That is fantastic.
Fantastic.
Yeah, would you take it around so we can really look at it? Because I know how hard those are, and teachers know how difficult it is to have kids go do their science fair projects. It takes a lot of effort.
That's great.
Who is your science teacher, Mr. Lee?
Miss Candace Gonzalez.
Candace Gonzalez.
Ms. Gonzalez had several winners in the science fair.
Good job, Mr. Lee.
Oh, first place.
Thank you.
Okay, I mean, that's like pretty super, really organized. Okay. And references, no less. All right, those of you guys who are trying to get your higher degrees, you gotta do your references.
Will you come and update us after state? Okay.
Would you tell us who your parents are?
My mother is Francie Lee, and my dad is Harry Lee.
You have any siblings?
Yes, my brother is 24 years old, and right now he's in a different state.
Okay. All right, congratulations to them too.
In addition, Mr. Sanchez wanted to go ahead and recognize Laguna Acoma Junior Senior High School. This is the first time that they've participated in the science fair in the last 8 years. And so he was very proud of them and their accomplishments. And so we have actually, if you go to the next, and Mr. Ora, yes. You can go ahead and go to the next one, and then we'll let Mr. Ora is.
Good afternoon, everyone. Can you guys hear me clearly?
Yes.
Right. So again, so good afternoon to everyone. So I am Ariel Ora. I'm a science teacher for 10, 11, and 12 graders at Laguna Acoma High School. I'd like to present to you the 4 students of Laguna Acoma High School won in the recent 43rd annual Four Corners Regional Science and Engineering Fair. I have Aiden Cheromaya, who got the first place and received the 275 Word of Cash Award. And then Safra Gallegos, engineering category, got second place and received 75 Word of Cash Award. And John Agda in the computer science category, who received $125 worth of cash reward. And Orbe Paras for environmental science category, and he gets the amount of $125 too, as cash reward for that fair. And to give you their experience and for you to learn more about the stuff that they did in the science fair, I would like to ask Aiden Cheromaya to speak for your project and just tell more about the stuff and what is the significance of that project in the community. Go ahead, Aiden.
Good evening, board members. My name is Aiden Cheromaya. I am currently a senior at Laguna Acoma High School. My science fair project was a social distancing device put onto a jacket that measures whether a person is too close to you or not, using Arduino coding as well as JavaScript. With the ultrasonic sensor being used just below the neck, registered, sending signals to 6 LED lights, 2 red, 2 yellow, and 2 green. Green meaning you are a comfortable distance away, yellow meaning caution, and red signifying too close.
That's pretty cool. So, how does it work? Where's this? You wear this thing?
Jacket. If you look at the picture on the right with his backboard, you can see the jacket right in the middle. And so it measures it, and if you're a good distance away, then it's green. If you're getting too close, it's yellow, and if you're way too close, it's red.
Wow. Did you do that at the high school? Did you experiment?
We used ultrasonic sensors to determine how far a person is close. It measures people within 6 feet of each other.
Okay. That's a very. Emily?
All right.
They need to wear that at the junior senior prom.
I can see my daughter, with her boyfriend, put that on. I think there's all kinds of applications for this, but and I'm hoping that we don't have to use it for the purposes that you have set it up for, which has to do with COVID. I hope that you'll be able to take your creativity and apply that to other kinds of interesting things that you're curious about in the world of science. It's very, very different and very appropriate for our time. Yeah. And you can tell we found it amusing, but we also understand clearly that you applied science and you did your hypothesis and it actually was functional. Excellent. I think that's why they awarded you. And we hope that you do get a chance to go to Atlanta, Georgia. And you can wear that over there in Atlanta, Georgia. That'd be good. Thank you. Aiden Cheromaya, right?
Yes, Aiden Cheromaya. Thank you.
Okay, who are your parents?
Shireen Shamaya is my mother.
Okay, okay. Extend our congratulations to her too.
Thank you.
Mhm.
All right. So once again, congratulations, Aidens. We're looking forward for your next competition for the New Mexico State Fair at Socorro and for being a first alternate participant for the International Science and Engineering Fair in Atlanta, Georgia. And next we have Safar Gallegos here for the engineering category. By the way, Aiden Surmaya is in computer science category. Okay, so maybe we can proceed to yeah. So go ahead, Safar. Hello, Safar Gallegos.
Good.
Aiden.
Yeah, I was having some technical difficulties over here. Just kidding. Anyways, hello. Good evening. My name is Safar Gallegos. I won second place for the engineering category for the annual Four Corners Regional Science and Engineering Fair. My project was Arduino's motion home alarm system. Basically, it is a motion sensor alarm where if one gets too close to the door, then not only would a light go off, but also a moving part, letting everyone else in the house know what's going on or who's at the door.
And you built a model, you have the stairs, isn't that what I see there? You have stairs and it simulates the inside of a home, I believe. Is that correct?
And
I'm looking at a picture of you. Yeah, you're standing in front of it.
Yeah. Behind where I'm standing, kind of by my arm area, is
Right.
the door with the motion sensor.
Okay.
Wow.
It's also different, very unique. And it has applications for other things too. And we already know that a lot of homes have motion detector systems. And it's very, very relevant to what it is that we do in this day and age in terms of technology. So we do congratulate you in your efforts to experiment with this. And who are your parents?
My mom is Lucy Leon and my dad is David Gallegos.
Okay, congratulations to them too.
And both of you have a bright future in technology, and I wish you well.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you, Safar, and good luck to your next competition in New Mexico State Fair at Socorro. And for our next John Agda. All right, so John Agda is under the category of Computer Science Senior Division. Go ahead, Agda, you may speak now.
That was 4 total. So there's John and one more.
What is his last name?
It's John Agda.
Hey,
John, we can't hear you.
Okay, so maybe we can proceed to the other one, Orville Paras, for a while waiting for John Agda. Oh, I'm sorry. Orville Paras is kind of like sick today, so he's having actually a cough today, so he might be able to speak. So, by the way, for Orville Paras, he's under the category of environmental science. He did this eggshell activity which he used this eggshell to use as neutralizer for the acidity. So his project is about testing the ability of the eggshells to neutralize the acidity of the snow, and that's how he works on with the project. So hopefully he could make it to the next competition in New Mexico Tech for the state fair. And finally, for John Agda. John, are you still there?
Mr. Farr again. John Ogden.
Okay. So John Agda is under the category of computer science category. He's making this kind of stuff on robotics, which is the bot ball. So it's kind of like more on encoding or programming of the robot. So he did this kind of coding wherein he make his own combination of codes in order for him to pass the track or pattern while the robot is carrying a bottle of water. So I think John Agda did a really good job in this one, because making this codes, programming the robot is not easy too. So hopefully John Agda would be able to do his task too in the next competition, which is in Socorro, New Mexico for the state fair. And I'd like to thank you guys for inviting the students here. Actually, this is their first time to join the science fair. And I heard and I learned from them too that some of them received check for the first time, and they never ever joined that science fair yet, from middle to elementary up to the high school. And luckily, before they leave the school, because most of them are graduating, able to experience this kind of stuff. So I'm really thankful for these kids, and they really did a good job. So they deserve the award. So that's all. Thank you, guys.
Thank you. Comments?
I'd like to just say I really appreciate the celebration of student learning. Very interesting and useful products came out of it. I really, hats off to all of the students involved. They're stepping out and competing, and Mr. Lee stepping up here, and all of the students there on camera. Very proud that you're not only learning, but you're sharing your learning with us. Very much appreciated. Those of you continuing to compete, I wish you the best of luck. We're behind you and we're cheering you on all the way. And then finally, the student success is obvious. I appreciate the teachers involved, all of the teachers involved in this. Ms. Casada, Ms. Holden, Ms. Gonzalez, Mr. Oda, all of you, very much appreciate you bringing the kids forward like this. And we look forward to more successes in the weeks and months and years to come. So, thank you.
Thank you, man. Any comments? Last? Okay, let's continue on. We appreciate you all. Let's continue it to the next slide there.
So next we have some elementary schools with outstanding attendance that I would recognize. We have Ms. Trish Garcia.
Good evening, Mr. President, Superintendent, school board members, and our community. Just want to take a few minutes to highlight some of the things we are doing at our elementaries to celebrate attendance at our schools. And I think if we get our attendance even better, we're going to see way more successes that we can showcase. Blue Water, 22 students received popsicles for perfect attendance. San Rafael, 33 students picked from a treasure chest for perfect attendance. And they had 100% attendance for 3 days in the last few weeks. Mesa View had 57 students with perfect attendance for the month. They received hot Cheetos with cheese. I was able to attend that with them and serve the kids. Milan, 264 students attended their sock hop for outstanding attendance. Ms. Leach just left her and I slaved made 260 sundaes. And the ice cream was frozen solid. They brought in kids in like 2 classes at a time, and they danced And,
Really?
oh yeah, all of them. They had a blast.
Sock hop, haven't heard.
Some up, and they had it decorated. I mean, they went all out. They were in costume, and I don't know how I know the hand jive, but I do.
You do?
I do, and I had to teach it to the
Let's
kids.
play that song.
Okay, so Mount Taylor, 165 students celebrated Tier 1 status, and they were able to pick from a treasure chest. 7 of those students were given an extra treat for perfect attendance here today.
Outstanding.
And some continued attendance rewards, Los Alamitos Tier 1 students on Friday will be soaking Mr. Jaramillo and Mr. Gutierrez in their dunking station. And I think I have pretty good attendance at work, so I'm gonna line up and see who I can dunk.
It's supposed to snow that day.
I know, I told them it's gonna be 50, I think 59 degrees.
I told them and they said they're still going through it. So,
And then I know along with that, they're serving hot dogs to one team, pizza to one team. So they're doing a lot of things from there. And then Early College rewarded 20 of their students, I think it was last Friday with fresh popcorn for their attendance. And that's just a little highlight. I hear a lot of what they're doing and some I don't hear about it until afterwards.
Okay.
Any questions, comments?
thank you for your efforts.
You're welcome.
Excellent.
Next we have
I have to tell you that this kind of awards and this kind of attendance doesn't come easy, and it comes from the enthusiasm of your teachers and how they encourage their students to not only attend school but to perform well in school. So hats off to all you teachers that are helping these students accomplish these goals. Without you, this would not be possible. Thank you so much.
Absolutely, it takes a lot of people. Thank you.
Next up, we have Miss Amanda Valdez speaking for Sanderville Elementary on attendance, and then some after-school tutoring.
Good evening, everyone. Good evening, Mr. Perez. Good evening, board. Good evening, Dr. Archambault. Good evening, Emily, Ms. Hunt, Daly. I think that was a perfect segue into our next slide because it builds off of leads from attendance, and just like you said, it comes from the teachers to make that passion, that heart, that dedicated teaching to have students want to be there to get them there. And that is the first step to build those relationships, to get those gains in education. So Sanderville Elementary has had awesome attendance, 100% school-wide attendance, 3 days. In recent weeks, just before the last board meeting, it was a little too late, and so I was like, oh, I want to recognize that. But since then, there's been 2 more days. So February 16th, the whole school was present, 100% attendance. February 23rd and March 14th, 100%. So the secretary, Mrs. Novella, made an all-call announcement to celebrate that, and the kids had a little quick dance party and celebrated and made motivating strides to continue that attendance. So our score there is 96.8 school-wide attendance in just the last week. From March 7th to March 11th, 90.77% attendance school-wide year to date. So as we said, that's the first step to getting them here to work on making the continued gains for the students.
Excellent.
In addition to the students wanting to be there, they're wanting to stay after school. All of our teachers are teaching with heart and wanting to truly make those efforts in growth, in makeup growth. And so we have a representation from each one of our grade levels: kindergarten teacher, 1, 2, combo teacher, 3, 4, and then 5th grade and 6th grade. So all of our teachers and all of the students have opportunity to stay after school. 52% of our students stay for after school tutoring. So our teachers are teaching a continued time after school, whether the students are able to stay Monday, Wednesday, Tuesday, Thursday, depending on their parents and how they have opportunity with their teachers. They set that up, have those permission slips, and they get a break in the gym with some teachers' aides to play for 15 minutes, take a break while teachers do after school duty, and then they continue till till they need to tutor with their kids. But what we do is we look at their IMASA, their Illuminate, their iStation, their Lexia, their daily exit tickets and classwork, and build a plan for what areas, what standards would need more focus and reteaching, multiple opportunities to help them continue to grow. So if you can see the top picture there is one class is IMASA, their beginning of year interim standards-based assessment. And so as you can see, it's a lot of red, but that was tested in the very first weeks of school. And so it shows all the categories of geometry, problem solving, and reasoning, ratios, proportions. So that helped to build a plan, which, starting from the bottom, a lot of growth. And the middle year assessment was right before Christmas, and there has been a lot of growth. That picture looks a lot prettier with some better colors there. But the bottom picture is still from last week's quarter 3 Illuminate, where we can still zero in and see those, what we do is those tests are clickable, where you see the commonalities of any red there. We would click on that question type, the standard type, discuss what problems can be revisited, question types, or standards, and then stay continually looking at their daily work, iStation, and exit tickets to see where we can work more after school and in the classroom intervention time. Okay. One more. We also celebrated Dr. Seuss's birthday, but any chance we can have that opportunity to build on literacy and encourage reading. So our teachers also dressed up, also had our literacy activities, and took a time out of a day of hitting all of our standards to still focus on literacy and have a day for reading. So 50% of our Blue Water students who were reading and made their AR goal, so they're recognized there. Teachers dressed up as Dr. Seuss characters and had literacy activities throughout the day, and then also our Santa Fe students that met their AR goal. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you.
And on to the school site successes that we have.
Thank you. Thank you, all those involved, instructional coaches, leaders, principals. It doesn't happen without you all. Very much appreciate the combined effort to make these good things happen. So this is a 1 minute dance, right? 1 minute dances. Can the hand jive be done in 1 minute?
Yeah, you, both of you guys, can you both stand up and show us a little 1 minute?
A little bit. We need that instruction.
Okay, thank you very much. That's fantastic. Makes my day. Where are we at right now?
We're finished with that one, and so Ms. Griego is ready.
Back to, okay, Mesa View.
Thank you again. Good evening, Mr. Board President, board members, Superintendent Pettis, and community. Here is our Mesa View Elementary School 2021-2022. This quick snapshot before we go on is a picture of one of our pre-K classes. That is Mrs. Lopez and her assistant, Mrs. Jaramillo. And there's our pre-K students doing one of their morning warm-up activities. They always have fun with these. Here's a little snapshot of the demographics that we have at Mesa View. We have 6 new students in our 3Y program, which we are in, I believe, week 3 of. We just were able to restart this program, and actually our number went up to 7 as of Monday. So we have 7 students in our 3Y. We have 32 students in our pre-K program, 63 kindergarten students, 62 first grade students, 65 second grade students, 65 third grade students, 47 fourth grade students, 60 fifth graders, 54 sixth graders, which would bring us up to a total of 455 as of Monday. This is a little snapshot right here of students in Mrs. Gann's fifth grade class. So Mesa View Elementary School, 2 focus areas this year are data-driven instruction and leadership in systems. This little picture here is a quick little snapshot of our spelling bee champs this year that competed at the district. And the first one is Maya Sicardi. In the middle, we have Chad Wakanda Apache. And then to the right of Chad, we have Venetia Ramon. All 3 participate in the district spelling bee. So to support our 2 focus areas, we handle a lot of this in our PLCs, and we handle it with our instructional coach, Mrs. Amy Cameron, who just recently was nominated and received the Chamber of Commerce Teacher of the Year Award. So I'd like to talk a little bit about the things we do in our PLCs as grade levels under the guidance of Mrs. Cameron. We examine student work in both ELA and math. We do standard alignment activities, again, in both ELA and math, and I really love those. Those are fun. And then we also do, she participates in mindset activities. And an example of a mindset activity is that little snapshot there in the middle, where one presentation, she talked to the teachers about coming to work and having a mind that is full every day, or are we addressing every day with students in a mindful manner? So we talked about the differences because I think it was very important. We were introducing the DLP at every grade level and talking about standards and fluency standards and our writing standards, and it was a lot. So with that in mind, it's very easy to come to work every day with your mind full of, what do I have to do today? What are my kids going to do today? What do I have lined up for them? How many assessments do I have this week? So it's always a mindful game when we walk into work every day. But then she asked every teacher to reflect a little bit, and then are they addressing everything that is on their mind and on their plate for the day in a mindful way, meaning are they attentive to the needs of their students? Are they addressing instruction to meet the needs of their students? Are we looking at our data and actively keeping our students engaged? So that was a really fun activity with our students. And then of course, we always do data review. We recently talked about some of the Illuminate assessments. The next conversation will probably be about the iStation assessments. And then we will be getting ready for MSSA assessment. So those are always fun activities, and we meet twice a week with every grade level. And again, shout out to Amy. Yay! I also want to show a couple of activities again from Mrs. Holden's 4th grade students. If you take a couple look at the pictures there, there's some wacky selfies. And then I have a little short video on the BFG book club that her students participate in.
I'll try that again.
Try it again. And I think you have to make it bigger. And it's okay. I'm not as tech savvy as I should be. how do they say it on Star Trek? I'm just a doctor. I'm just a principal. I'm not the technology person, the IT person. But a little synopsis of the BFG book club. She has students talking about the book that they just read, the BFG. And if anybody has any familiarity with Hot Seat and talking about a book, it's like one person manages the group and they bring up a topic, see if it works. And then the other kids get to talk about something. And then they also get to give each other feedback like, yes, I agree with your point of view right there. But I also think that the author may have had this point of view. So this is really neat to watch, and especially at a 4th grade level. Just as Ben said, reading is fun, but it is hard work. We can go on to the next one. This year, this is a picture of Miss Issa's 6th grade students. This year, her students were introduced to the Chinese Lunar New Year and to this year's zodiac symbol, the tiger. So they collaborated to create and design a Chinese dragon out of cardboards, papers, hula hoops, and meter sticks. This project demonstrated their skills, creativity, and their ability to work with each other. And so right there in the middle is the tiger, and it can move around the class like a dragon. And this one takes a few minutes to load. This is a slide from Mrs. Bratzel's 2nd grade class. She wanted to give a shout out to all of her students. She liked to recognize their hard work this year in every subject that they work on. I think there's some pictures there on letter blending and other activities they do throughout the day. This is a snapshot of all of her students. And this is a little quote from Mrs. Bratzel. She said, "This year has been great. The students have made gains in every area, but what I am most proud of is that all the students," too fast. "All the students' reading abilities have improved tremendously. Every student has worked hard, and it shows in our Illuminate and iStation test scores." She is very excited with her students. Okay, next one. This is a little shout out to another 2nd grade class, Mrs. Valdez. This is our what we do for our community. So Mrs. Valdez's students are sponsoring right now for the month of March a collection of toiletries for the Aggie Cupboard, and these help our NMSU Aggie students in need. Right behind the students in the back, we are collecting donations of toothbrushes, shampoo, conditioner, mouthwash, anything that a student going to NMSU may not have the cash for, but needs just to survive a day. We are helping them. We always give back to our community. And then in December, our Mesa View students and staff collected 1,340 non-perishable food items that we again once donated to our local Grants Food Pantry, and then also to the NMSU Grants Food Pantry. So we also like to recognize all of our staff and students for our efforts in supporting our community. That also supports us. Next slide. I'd like to give another shout out to our attendance people. We have 3 ladies that run our attendance every day. Mrs. Donna Moore, Mrs. Jolene Gonzalez, and Miss Chelsea Shativa. She is also our Title VI liaison person. And they make those phone calls every day to the parents of the students that are not in school for the day. And they write notes, they meet with our parents to see what we can do to make sure every student can come to school. Here's a couple of the incentives that we have done this year so far. Every month we do a mystery day. So they'll pick a day for the month, like say today was a mystery day. Everyone that was in attendance at school gets a little mystery ticket, and then they will be rewarded the following week with a mystery surprise. So we do daily recognitions. We do shout outs every morning during our morning announcements, and we recognize all the classes that had 100% attendance the prior day. We do monthly celebrations. We give out pizza coupons to our students. We have done nachos for our kids. We've done ice cream sundaes, as you see in that picture. We have celebrated with hot cocoa and cookies. That was in December. We've given out free popcorn, freezer pops, snow cones. We're getting ready this month to try out our new cotton candy machine. So we will be giving out cotton candy. And we've also done extra recess time where if they received a mystery day ticket, we had a day blocked off and we all watched and pitched in, and we gave those students an extra 30 minutes of recess. Next slide. Here are a couple more pictures of our students. Picture on the left is a Halloween activity that one of Mrs. Pena's students shared. She does Halloween things where the themes where the students get to design something and bring it in. In the middle, in the red and yellow shirts and the blue shirts, those are our second grade students. That picture up on the right-hand corner was for, what was that? I just know that it was probably an activity where they got to dress up as a theme, and that student was a first grader. He was dressed up as Run DMC. He brought his boombox. On the bottom left and bottom right, those are some pictures of our archery students. And then the one on the bottom middle are some hot air balloons that Mrs. Valdez's students do every year during the month of October for a balloon fiesta. They create those at home and then they display those for everyone to see. They put a lot of hard work into those. And again, I'd like to thank everybody for taking a peek at what we do at Mesa View. And this is just an example of one of the little mystery tickets that we give out to the students. That was for a free recess in the month of August. And we blocked off 30-minute blocks, and our EWS person, anyone that we could spare, we all went outside and watched the kids for 30 minutes of free recess. And that is the end of our presentation. Thank you.
Thank you.
That was extensive. And I'm really pleased to see you show all this enthusiasm for your school. That's really important for us to hear your voice and to show the full, almost everybody that you could, that deserves an opportunity to be seen and heard. That there are great things going on in your school. And there's so much that we can be complimentary of you and your staff about, and also the parents and the students. It's remarkable. Comments, board?
No, I think it's great. Just all these rewards for attendance. It instills in kids a sense of, wanting to learn, that love of learning and being there, and giving them that external motivation that we were talking about, and hopefully that will eventually in later years turn into internal motivation, that they see the importance of an education, see the importance of being there every day. So congratulations, you're doing a great job.
Thank you.
Anyone else?
Congratulations, Ms. Cameron, for the Chamber of Commerce Award. Well deserved.
Oh, yeah, really. Let's give her a round of applause. Nice of you.
One thing I did forget to mention, we just started this, the fourth quarter is a Caught Being Good jar. And so staff, any staff member gets to nominate and put little tickets into a jar for a student caught being good, and it could be anything. And it is becoming a kind of pandemic with that caught being good, because everybody wants to start cleaning up the classroom, picking up the new papers off the floor, all the pencils, just to receive a little reward every morning. So I think it was a very good idea. That was recommended by our RT at the beginning of the year. It took me a while to get it started, but we are having successes with that also.
Amazing. Thank you very much, Jennifer. Who else is done? Is that it? Is that her? Is that her?
That's it.
Congratulations, Benjamin. All right, let's continue on.
Okay, thank you. Mr. President, Board, next we have the, want to give an update on the gifted programs. And we have Ms. Sanchez and Ms. Hobbs.
Martin, can you share that one? So as you know, we've been working on some improvements to the gifted program. And so there's quite a bit of change coming with that. And Ms. Hobbs and Ms. Tizia Martinez and I have been working on that, which will be a response submitted next week during spring break. But Ms. Hobbs, as soon as this comes up, will share with you some of the things that are already highlighted in our gifted program and some of the changes. For those of you that don't know, Ms. Hobbs is our one gifted teacher right now. Double that workforce this next year. And then Dr. Martin, there are a few slides there, so I'll just give you a thumbs up for the next slide, if that's okay. Good evening, everybody. Mr. Board President, board members, GCCS community, die-hard gifted parents and students that are still here an hour in. I really appreciate this opportunity to be able to speak with you guys and highlight some of the things that we are already doing with our district's gifted program. Okay, so one of the big changes that we made was to redefine giftedness while still staying in alignment with what the state defines as giftedness. And so our new definition is children identified as gifted are those who would compare to same age and similar cultural, linguistic, and or socioeconomic backgrounds demonstrate that exceptional or advanced verbal and or nonverbal intellectual potential, what a lot of us might call IQ. And in addition to that, also demonstrate exceptional or advanced ability in at least one area. And that could be an academic area like reading, writing, math. It can also be in an area of critical thinking and creative thinking. So our new definition continues to align with the state's definition, but we have updated to be much more culturally responsive. Okay, so taking you through the different levels of our program, kindergarten through 12th grade, starting with elementaries. At the elementary level, what gifted currently looks like right now is a pull-out program. And so in that pull-out time, usually somewhere between 30 minutes to 45 minutes a week, even upwards of 60 minutes per week per kid, depending on their unique needs. We supplement classroom learning with in-depth activities and content. We definitely do a lot of exploration of academic disciplines, a whole variety of disciplines, and also the related careers via many hands-on activities and projects. We do a lot of project work. I have a very big supply closet with lots of stuff. We exercise critical and creative thinking abilities via problem-based and project-based learning. And one of the thing that I really stress, because a lot of gifted learners do have a little bit of an issue with building a tolerance for frustration, because sometimes
you know, if they're not challenged enough, they tend to develop an inaccurate sense of, you know, their abilities. And one of the things we really need to do is to challenge them. So we focus definitely on building that tolerance for frustration via challenging activities, and I really do push them. And so that way they can build that resilience. So when they are faced with those real world challenges, they won't back down because they have the potential. We want them to be able to use it. So very similar to elementary students, middle school, with a few changes we'll see. Not only do we explore a wide variety of disciplines like archaeology, anthropology, psychology, philosophy, all of your collegiate level disciplines, we also research those related careers. I use a website called ONET, and it is put out by the Department of Labor, and it's a wonderful website because it allows us to investigate those particular careers for which they're interested and the careers that relate to those disciplines that we're exploring. Let's see. And they also get an idea of how much money particular careers make, which is, well, we have to say it's a motivator, right? Okay, and again, we also exercise those creative thinking abilities via problem-based and project-based learning. And one of the things that we focus on mostly at the middle school level is transitioning from concrete thinking to abstract thinking, in that modeling or representational thinking. And we also take a look at those executive functioning skills via surveys, executive functioning questionnaires, things like that, so they can identify their particular area of executive functioning needs. And some of those needs are like communication, organization, and also task initiation, because, well, we know that, you know, these kiddos can be procrastinators. That's just a thing. And so we work on some strategies to help overcome some of those issues. And middle school students do have the option to not participate in the gifted enrichment class. And if they do, we make sure that they are being monitored academically and also providing services via academic consultations or face-to-face one-on-one meetings to, again, meet both their academic needs and also their executive functioning needs. Okay. And at the high school level, yes, they shoot up way taller than I do. Okay, so at the high school level, we no longer call it gifted enrichment, it's gifted seminar. And the reason for that is because it's focused on those particular areas of creative thinking, critical thinking, and developing a better understanding of the nature and science of intelligence from a neurocognitive standpoint. So we pull in the latest research from the experts in their fields, and we do an exploration of what that means, and understand that intelligence itself is very dynamic, but it's also very different from, you know, one person to another, their definition. And we learn to accept other people's definitions of intelligence in that exploration. Currently, right now, because I teach one seminar class per year, and I'm on a 3-year curriculum cycle, the seminar course I'm currently teaching right now is the one in the middle here, Effective Reasoning and Argumentation. And in the first semester of this class, what we do is we take a look at what it means to be a human thinker, and understanding that we are subject to logical fallacies, you know, things that flaw our thinking, biases, if you will. And we also look at the importance of being open-minded. We have to know that just because we're smart doesn't mean we know everything. And I always tell them that the smartest people are the ones that know that they don't know everything, but are willing to learn. And so, of course, we, you know, practice resilience in that way too. Second semester, which we're in right now, we focus in on argumentation and not only how to argue, what a good argument looks like, but we're really breaking down what effective reasoning really is. And then we're going to actually apply that, our understanding, our learning, to a real world experience, a real world argument for which they will identify an audience and develop an effective argument to actually affect some change. So my hope is that when they choose their community to address, that maybe it is a small community like their school, like we've done in the past. Maybe it's an even larger community like our entire state, by putting together letters to their representatives or to our congresspeople, something like that. they make that decision. So that's what we're doing right now. Next year, I plan on presenting the gifted seminar class called The Creative Process. And it's a deep dive into all things creativity. And I'm sure everybody knows that creativity isn't just about art. It's also about problem solving. It's about, out of the box thinking. And so we focus on 4 elements for creative thinking. That is fluency, having lots and lots of ideas, flexibility, having lots and lots of ideas that are different from your other ideas, originality, having lots of ideas that are different from other people's ideas, and elaboration, having lots of ideas with details. And that'll be next year. And so again, students that are not participating in the seminar course do have the option to participate in academic monitoring via consultation, the same thing as middle school. And also, and I'm excited to say, we have some upcoming AP courses that are also available to our students. And, I know that the district has worked really hard to improve our list, our options when it comes to AP, honors, any of those advanced courses that our students could partake in order to set them on the right path academically. Okay, there. All right, now to the changes. So one of the things that we have looked at changing is the nomination process. And so bulleted here, you'll see some very exciting changes. The first one being a universal screening process to take place, I believe, at the 2nd grade level. Okay. And where we will be using a universal assessment to assess all 2nd graders and take the top 15% from there and further evaluate them for giftedness. And also, this continues to apply teacher nominations. Teachers can nominate a student for a gifted referral for the referral process, and all they have to do is, we're hoping to get all of those documents up on the website, on the district website, so teachers have access to that. In addition to, I'm getting ahead of myself, aren't I? Okay, hold that thought. Okay, parents can also nominate their children as well. Not a lot of parents know about that, but what we do is we guide them in their nomination by giving them resources, information about what giftedness is. One of the things that I point to is a comparative list between bright learners and gifted learners, because there are significant differences, and that's a good place to start. Let's see. And of course, any nomination will go through the academics office, or it can come through me, and for which I will then turn it over to the academics office. Okay, here we go. All right, so upcoming changes. Whew, we're adding another gifted teacher. Thank you. Because I'm a bit overwhelmed. We have 37 students currently on IEPs, and we do have several more somewhere in the referral process. We want to look at increasing the gifted budget to support that, and also to support making sure that their needs are met. We want to make program information more accessible to parents and the whole community, again, via putting it on the website and perhaps even making some videos, which would be really fun to do. And a big one that I'm excited to be a part of is to provide professional development to teachers. Not only in what does giftedness look like, but also how can we differentiate not only for gifted learners, but for high ability learners too, because we have a good number of those students that we want to support. And some of those interventions, you can call them, or some of those strategies rather, work for not only gifted learners, but our high ability learners too. Okay, we want to look at, and we have actually started, improving the gifted referral and evaluation procedures. So we put together a new referral packet that's based on those MLSS forms, and we modified them to be gifted specific. So hopefully that helps to kind of expedite the process a little bit, and also to provide better guidance to teachers as to what to do in that referral process, so we can get those done faster and get those students evaluated faster. Okay, and of course, as always, we're always looking to enhance the continuum of services for gifted learners. Okay, and so we will work our best to keep everybody informed of our changes, our progress. So till we meet again, that's joy. And just so you know, he does have a donut on his forehead. He was part of Team Donut in our exploration of the agricultural revolution and one of the biggest transitions in all of humankind. And our concept was transition. So we studied agriculture, of course, we studied history, fun stuff. And that is actual wheat that he's harvesting from Los Olmitos' track and field, whatever. Okay, I placed it there. Does anybody have any questions?
I have a question. So the last bullet point, enhanced continuum of services for gifted students. What does that mean exactly?
So going back to those AP courses, we're wanting to expand or extend on those opportunities. And we'll continue to look at maybe additional seminar courses, building better units of study for our enrichment learners too at the elementary and the middle school level as well. Always looking to make improvements. And of course, that'll be easier to do, if we have more teachers.
I'd just like to make a comment for full transparency, that we are under the Office of Civil Rights Watch because of some past practices and how they've evolved over the years. However, I really appreciate the work of the team who's taken that and used it as a springboard to improve our programs and the benefit of students.
And a lot of those changes, a lot of those improvements will be visible via the handbook that we are putting together, the comprehensive handbook. Which is about this close to being finished, and we're very, very respectful. We're on the last pieces. Any other questions? Thank you, everybody, for your time.
Thank you. Very good. I have a little bit of an allergy right now, and so my head is all stuffed. But I would have said some more things about your presentation, and it is very important for our communities to know that we can identify the high potential of a lot of our students, their children. Because in our communities, we need to be able to advance and nurture those kids who can be future leaders in all ways, and bring that back, that skill back. Our communities need high talented individuals to help sustain our way of life here in our county. So,
I absolutely agree with you. I guess my motto is if we invest in them, then they'll turn around and give back that much more to our community with their expertise.
yeah, that's very true. Thank you. That being said, I think I'll call for adjournment. I'm starting to cry. See, continue on our presentation, Mr. Pitts.
Yes, sir, Mr. President, Board. So next up, we have the Finance Committee report. We did have a Finance Committee meeting, Mr. Maldonado, myself, and Mr. Ortiz and Dr. Shambo.
One moment, let me get my technology up here. Let me start first. Ron and I, we have two sections that we're just going to combine them both, and then we'll launch into yours, okay? But give me a second to while I find how to do this. Wait. Oh, it's view. Exit full screen. What the Finance Committee is a subcommittee of the district, and what we are required to do is to interface with the district administration to ensure that we are addressing those kinds of financial issues and matters that are of importance to the board. And it's a range of things, and it's a committee that sustains itself over the whole year. This point in time is that we're basically addressing some key issues revolving around our budgeting. So in the committee meeting, and Ronnie can chime in, is that we went and reviewed the updated budget calendar. And that also is cyclical too. That we had Mr. Maldonado and Mr. Perez describe where we are at in the process of building the budget, which included a range of events, milestones throughout the spring. And it's tight, it's compressed, and it's challenging for us to get all done. But they were able to inform us that we are progressing. We shared our ideas about what we thought would be important for us to do. They described some of their feedback sessions that they're holding at the different school sites. One of the challenges we notice is that parents can be very busy and don't always quite get involved with such an exciting topic such as the budget. So what we need to do is to use this as a baseline period where we can understand better how we can get parental community feedback through the schools so that it's much more meaningful when feedback comes back to us. So we will learn from what we did this spring and continue to improve our engagement of our community members. But it was very factual. We had a listing of a lot of activities that went on at each school. Things that you mentioned, the state and federal fund balances, and that was quite extensive. We went through that, and the board will probably be hearing about those things in the future too. And then we talked about the classified wage adjustments that are going to occur, the 3% mandated raise. We also talked about the ELTP, extended learning time program, K5 plus, and we did understand how it played out this coming school year and how it's going to be going to continue on into the subsequent school year. So those details you can review with us with the board at a time soon. I think we've already touched on it a bit in the past. We discussed the administrative salary schedule because we recognize that that all of the salaries are being adjusted this spring in the district, and so it was logical for us to continue that effort to be fair for all of our staff who are engaged in serving these school districts. We also mentioned, I'm going to roll this into the topic of Brian, what are your thoughts? What are some of your thoughts, Jen? Remember what you were talking about?
We talked about the Carissa and ARP monies and our strategy priorities for our district and how we're going to use these monies. Mr. Maldonado will bring us up to speed in his presentation on how we'll spend some of these monies. We do need to spend these monies. We don't want to lose those funds, which it's a possibility if we don't use those funds. So we gotta definitely use those funds. Pretty much our strategic priorities. Again, Mr. Maldonado will bring those up, and if the board have any things that they want to see put into the budget, I'd recommend that you get a hold of Dr. Shem or myself or Mr. Maldonado or Mr. Perez so we can get those in. We did bring up some different things in the committee meeting, and I think we're moving forward solid and making headway, and hopefully we're gonna get our budget done here pretty quick.
Yeah, the final point that Mr. Ortiz made had to do with the priorities. What we in the board desires a strategic budgeting process that is aligned with our district strategic plan. Those have to be in sync along with everything else that we do. And so we are already beginning that process. We've already focused on beginning to focus our attention to the four goals that Mr. Maldonado probably will comment on those. And we expect that a lot of that is going to drive what it is we do. There's some cross-cutting issues that affect a range of those things, but and I'm going to try to pull it up right now on my screen. It's the same one that you have. And I think when Mr. Maldonado presents the budget portion of this, you'll begin to see what we're saying about our focus in the district when it comes to the allocation of funds for our schools and our departments. Is that it has to achieve, and the board wants it to achieve, goals that we are all committed to pursuing, not only the schools and the teachers and the administration, but also the communities that we have. The stakeholders must feel that we have a clear idea of what it is we're going to be doing with the monies, that we hold ourselves all accountable about how we're going to accomplish that. The first one's going to be on academic excellence, student excellence, and it's going to be about excellence in teaching and learning, teaching and leadership excellence, and engaging our diverse communities and families, creating a safe school environment. Those are critical areas that if we did a good job with those, we hope to find success with our students in their educational programs. So that's what we have spent a bit of time on, was to acknowledge that this finance committee believes that the merging of the strategic plan and the strategic budgeting will be based upon the four goals that we have set in front of us, and we'll be soon to adopt a complete district strategic plan in the next board meeting. So there you go. That's our presentation to you. Let's go on to the next item, Mr. Pettis.
Mr. President, Board, so in the discussions we've had, not even just recently, but for a while now, it appears that all of us, or most of us, are agreeing on our board area, our goal areas remaining what they have been. I think they're very all-encompassing goal areas where most other things will fall within. And to remind everyone, goal one, as you can see on this slide there, is the academic achievement, acknowledging the diversity in students. And we have a list of desired outcomes there, and this is available to everyone. Goal two is excellence in teaching and leadership, and we've talked a lot about that. And we continue to have that goal area to drive us in everything that we do in our programs and our budget. Goal three is a safe and healthy learning environment, which we do a lot of intentional work. Goal four, which is community and parent involvement, engagement. So a lot of it, just about everything we do would fall under those goal areas. And of course, this is the broadest umbrella, and it continues to drive us as administrators for the leaders of the district. And within these goal areas, we do bring it down to strategic goals, objectives, action plans. If you see that every school site is also driven by these and aligned with them, even though we have our root cause analysis in every school and every department. Even when we develop specific focus areas for every entity in the district, it always remains that we follow and line up with these goal areas. So my proposal, Mr. President and board, is that we keep these goal areas for now, because of they're all encompassing and logical structure. So,
I don't expect to see that at the next board meeting when we do approve the plan. Mr. Maldonado, budget development process update.
Yes, sir. Thank you. Mr. Board President, members of the board, and Mr. Perez, I just wanted to, following the recommendation of the request from the Finance Committee, I wanted to give you a brief update on where we are with the budget building process. So as of today, and as again, we want to articulate these are the four goal areas that are driving that strategic budgeting process. So we want to make sure that those things that we put in place, those programs that we support, and the people that we support and hire to meet those fall into these broad categories. And so I just, off the top of my head, I guess over the 3 years or so, I've been watching the strategic plan development, watching our academic services division really begin to put in place the structure and foundation. These are the things I have observed in terms of my priorities for fostering student excellence. So I can point to a number of things that have been either done or articulated or in progress, right? And so staff-based instructions are those foundational elements that ever since I've been in the district, which is now going on 3 years in this role, I've heard over and over again in terms of focus areas. And so those are areas that we want to make sure that continue to drive what we fund for instruction. They're hiring the instructional coaches, as you can see just from the presentations that were made here, the difference that they're making in teacher development and student development. And I was a teacher before, just looking out inside, I can see some real changes there. Of course, also our activities related to the Yas Martinez compliance, another underlying factor, and then hiring personnel in equity services and diversity and inclusion, really demonstrating that we're now putting funds, resources to those areas, and then of course the comprehensive CTE program. So when I look at fostering student excellence, these are some of the things that I've been going to just in the last 12, 18 months. When I look at priorities for creating a school climate and environment that's safe and supportive, I can point to capital projects that have been implemented, that have been designed, especially around new safety, security, upgrades in all schools. These are things that sometimes are behind the scenes, but are very, very important for developing what we consider a safe school environment. And so, of course, there are some other big practical projects like the roof and HVAC replacement at Laguna Altima. And then also looking at what's been put in place with this consistent restorative discipline focus that goes also in the background of creating a safe environment. School safety and response training that Mr. Lee has put in place to make sure that all the staff are trained and know what to do next. And of course, the big line in front of our faces is this COVID response and safety and prevention. Now I look at the instilling excellence in teaching and leadership, and I look at all the activities that are going on that I am not necessarily part of, that I see going on, new teacher recruitment, focus on training and mentoring, our HR department really focusing on helping teachers develop, become better teachers. I love that they coming out. And then, of course, using that critical assessments to develop focus areas for instruction. There's a lot of effort with that. That takes time, it takes effort, it takes resources and planning. And then the examining student work, which I saw last year at the academic summit, which I first time was very impressed with that. I didn't really know what it was until I saw it. So, impressing someone like me that take that much, I thought it was really cool. And so that's examining student work. As being a teacher, and of course my wife is a teacher, just watching gradual change in how teachers are addressing academics in the schools, and how the consistent always learning for the teachers and examining student work really begins to make a difference. And then regular professional learning communities activities. Just again, my outside view, and these are the things that are looking at me preventing these priorities and we need to continue my estimation. And then the outreach programs that engage our diverse families You saw much of the response here in the presentation. So very impressed by the outreach programs there. Again, closing that digital divide in technology, connectivity for all. These are expensive endeavors, and they take time and they take energy, and they of course having a transparent process for involving community and stakeholders, which you mentioned, the parents and others, right? So these are how we fund these programs. So in strategic budget, I look at 3 areas. I look at supporting these programs, the capital planning, which is fundamental, and then developing talent to come into that and begin to work inside of those environments. I think those are 3 key and critical areas. So as you talked about today, in terms of our project and strategy activation, that our budget is going to reflect our current and support for proposed strategies and tactics. Those 4 very simple, broad, very complex, at the same time, a set of initiatives. So when I look at community focused budgeting, there are these 6 areas. I will talk about materials, talk about talent, recruiting and training, developing talent, critical. The understanding the economy that surrounds us here, how does that affect what we'll be able to afford moving forward? The social aspect, I term this healing the social and emotional needs of students and staff very critical in order to move forward. And then there's the environmental, the schools, the upgrades, the safety. Everyone wants to live and work in an area that is exciting to be in. It's a great place to work in. We don't want to work in a dumpy area. We want to feel proud about where we are. We think we're making great strides to that. And then, of course, these programs, you'll see in the budget area, there'll be a lot more articulation in the area of what these funds will be, what program will be funded by this money. And then, of course, that technological budgeting, which is not going to go away in the next 5 to 10 years. So that's how I look at that's where an update to where we are with the strategic budgeting. We have to answer your questions.
Questions, board members?
Yes, I have a question, and if you could just explain what is restorative discipline?
I'm going to pitch that to Ms. Sanchez.
A lot of the restorative discipline looks at taking a different approach to students rather than, for example, suspending a student, looking at what the student did or what violation of our policy or whatever it might be they did, and then restoring their understanding of how they should act in that matter, and what we can do to actually address the problem itself and the behavior itself without just sending them home for a certain number of days. So looking at our discipline policies and seeing how we can help some of our students understand what they did and why it could have been wrong rather than the behavior itself, rather than just a punishment.
Does attendance fall into the restorative discipline?
Attendance is part of it. So just looking at what they can do to make up some of that attendance. And you can tell by what we're doing with attendance already, we're really focusing on the positive part and rewarding students for being in school and trying to make them want to come to school rather than just the punishment part of them not being in school.
And I guess that leads to my next comment, and I should have thought about this earlier when we were going over attendance, but that just pertains to the elementary schools, and they're doing a great job, but what about the middle school and the high schools? What are they doing as far as attendance? How are they going to improve the attendance rates?
So we're doing the same things at the high schools, and at first when Trish started with the high schools and she was, ordering treasure boxes for everyone, she's like, do I really do it for the middle and high school? And she did. And you would not believe the excitement on the face of the kids at the high school when they get to pick something that they like, fidgets or pens or different things like that they really like. And so they are actually being rewarded at the high schools. Also with popcorn, with, Los Lamitos is doing their dunk day on Friday, where they get to participate in dunking their principal and assistant principal and those kind of things. And Laguna has done the same thing with rewards for attendance.
Mr. Pettis and board members, one of the things I remember hearing about, when I heard about this was at Santa Fe Indian School. And taking a different approach to our traditional practices of disciplining students. And if you look at our student handbook in years gone by, the bulk of those student handbooks dealt with consequences, punishments, and hoping that would compel students to, be better after a period of time. And so it meant that there's a misconduct, they make a rule, and then you determine how you're going to punish them. Then you have student hearings, etc., and so forth. Attendance is also an aspect of that. They broke a rule, how are you going to punish them? And sometimes attendance can be related to other issues. What I hear, and I'm just looking it up, it says that restorative means accountability, means the student who caused harm comes to understand the harm caused and his or her duty to repair the damage that occurred in that relationship. It says that in the traditional system, what rule did we break, who did it, and what are we going to do? And we have pages upon pages of consequences. And restorative discipline asks, well, what happened? Who's been affected? What are we going to do to make things right? Not so much punishment. In the end, there probably in both settings, there have to be some kind of consequences. As you and I know, as parents, there has to be some consequence of some sort, so that ultimately our children will have a better understanding of how they can harm their own relationships with others and how they can harm the relationship with you as parents and as teachers. So what I understand is that we have a different approach to doing that. It also then means that we have to have some organized processes and structures in place if we're going to shift our attention away from the traditional approach, then we need to replace it with something quite organized and procedural in nature that will achieve that end that we're seeking. So do we have, so I'm assuming that we will have a system-wide discussion, presentation of what that all means, so that we can, because what we had a workshop, remember, Mr. Pettis, on gifted students. They said, there are times when students who are gifted don't feel the, have issues that have to do sometimes discipline. So how do we address that? So it all seems to be connected. Didn't we have at the high school last year, the judge come in and talk to us about how we should do things differently? I think about
Judge Larson and restorative justice.
I think we need to revisit and reconnect to those values, because we want these kids in school, we don't want them out of school. And of course, there may be some situations where you absolutely have to have consequences. So we understand that, and the board understands that. We're sensitive to these things, but we also recognize you have to be a better way. Thank you. Very good question. Any other comments?
I just have a question for Mr. Maldonado. How many students do we have in our district compared to last year?
As of the 10th, we had 3,118. Last year, we started the year, the count was 3,328.
3,328. So we're down about 200 plus, maybe?
Yeah. I think it was 3125 today.
Okay, well, I was just last week.
Okay.
It fluctuates a little bit, but we're hovering in that 3,100 range.
Good question too. because that's the basis by which we get our money. So, thank you. Any other questions, board members? Emily?
I think Mr. Jones is on too.
Mr. Jones? Let's continue on. 6 action items.
Okay, Mr. President, Board, the first action item is consideration of approval for the Grants High School students and chaperone to attend the DECA conference in April at Atlanta, Georgia. And I do recommend that the board approve this action item.
Is there a motion? We'll talk about it when we get into it. Is there a motion? No, to approve.
So moved.
Around Ortiz
Joyce Daly.
and Emily Hunt Daly seconds it. Okay, discussion.
Okay, is there someone from the high? Was it Mr. Widener?
No, it's not. It's Mr.
Marcus.
Oh, Marcus, Mr. Talahaftua. There you go.
Mr.
Yeah,
Talahaftua?
Can you guys hear me?
Yes.
Okay, so I arrived to Grants High School in September, and shortly after we joined DECA, which is a business program focused on the leadership development, professional development, and overall business acumen to high school students as they begin their careers and so forth.
Okay. Plus you're mute. Check your sound.
The students are developing and the knowledge that they have accrued through that short time. We had 7 students total qualified to compete at the state conference in Albuquerque. Those students are Keith Joe, Christina Lopez, Xavier Martinez, Elena Perez, Cheyenne Vernon, and Cara Yazi. Only one of those students was able to compete, but throughout our success, we were awarded 3 spots, and I'm going to let the girls take over the presentation from here and kind of let you guys know about what we've been doing at Grants High School.
Thank you.
So the first student we're going to have speak is Elena Perez, and then we also have Cheyenne Vernon here. So I'll let Elena.
Okay.
All right. So a little bit of what DECA focuses on is it focuses on getting students to become leaders and entrepreneurs. In terms of business, it connects back to business. A little bit about me is that I tested in the hospitality and tourism category of DECA, and I did qualify for state competition, but was unable to attend. And I also competed in and been involved with other NMC clubs and organizations such as DECA that are very similar, and been to other conferences that I can say are really very beneficial. So I'll hand it off to Cheyenne.
Very good. Marcus, anyone else?
Cheyenne.
So Cheyenne, I'm not sure if she's having technical difficulties, but she's another student. She qualified in the category of principles of business management and administration. But basically what we're here to kind of ask for today is DECA has this international conference in Atlanta, Georgia, where there are 20,000 total students, number of students, advisors, and other business professions that attend this conference. It's a conference every year where there's competitions, educational conferences, and seminars that, like we mentioned, focus on developing leaders and entrepreneurs in really any aspect. It all relates to business, but that's the focus of it. We were awarded 3 spots due to our short-term success. And so 3 of those spots are in the Emerging Leader Series. Elena was selected to be part of the Aspire Emerging Leader Academy. Cheyenne and Christina was selected for the Ignite Emerging Leader Academy. And so basically, like I mentioned, they're basically the conferences are focused on developing leaders within DECA, and then as well being able to apply that to their careers after high school, whether they choose to go straight into the careers or attend colleges and so forth. And basically, like I said, we're requesting first approval to attend the conference, which is in Atlanta, Georgia, so it is out of state. And because of our short-term charter association, we haven't had really much time to fundraise, and so we are seeking the funds to fund this trip. I submitted this to Reina, and I'm not sure who else, but in total, we are asking for $14,500. About 90% of it is going towards flights to Atlanta and back, hotel for 5 nights, which is the length of the conference, and then food. And then the other 10% is going towards professional dress, which we're required to dress, and then for registrations and transportation is the main things that the costs are going to be associated to. So yeah, so that's what we came here to present to you guys, and hopefully you guys will give us this opportunity to continue to develop as students, as future entrepreneurs.
Okay, I'm gonna, Mr. President,
Yes, Emily.
I'm going to take this opportunity to acknowledge that Mr. Teleheftua is also one of our homegrown teachers. He graduated from Laguna Acoma High School and from New Mexico State University. And so if this isn't a good example of how we should homegrown our own students like Ms. Perez and Ms. Vernon, then I don't know if we're really truly in the process of promoting leadership in our students. And so I don't know what the budget allowance is for programs like this, but if you can tell, our recent search for qualified teachers, who best than to fund programs like this that's going to provide us teachers in the future. And we hope that these students do go forward, get their education, get their leadership skills, promote their leadership skills, and then come back to Grants High School, Laguna Acoma, to all the elementary schools, and be our teachers of the future. So I would be the first to approve their request with as much financial support as we can give them. After all, isn't that what we teach? What we're here to do is to promote our teachers. And these, from what I can see of Ms. Perez here, she seems very active. She would make an excellent teacher. She's got that right enthusiasm. Thank you, Mr. President.
Any questions, any comments, board members?
Yeah, I have a comment, and I think this is a wonderful opportunity. However, and I don't know what's been done in the past, but to set a precedence to fund these travel expenses. For example, if some student qualifies for international science fair, then they would have the opportunity to go to Atlanta, Georgia. Would we also fund their travel, because it's only fair if we fund one group of students, we fund other students that come in front of us with the same proposals.
I can address that. So the Carissa funds are specifically dedicated to the impacts of COVID. And one of the impacts of COVID was the severe lack of ability to fundraise. Ordinarily, these trips would be funded through the fundraising efforts of the students and the teachers. And so absent of that ability over the last 2 years, this is a perfect use of those kinds of funds. So when we sought permission to do that, as the funds exist is the only time we can do that. It's a very small window. And so this is a perfect use of those funds for repairing an extraordinary circumstance.
And I agree with that, if we can do it, let's definitely do it, but I'm just saying, there's other programs out there who would benefit from funds as well. So maybe the staff isn't aware of these funds that are available if they want to have field trips that would further educate their students.
Yeah, I would submit that the staff is very aware of the availability of these funds. I could point to ProStart, for example, going to a regional conference, I can't remember exactly where it is, but those funds will be used for that as well. It's not necessarily to be paid for field trips and things like that, but for these larger events where travel is required, again, where they normally would have fundraised, have an opportunity to do so. That's where this money comes in, and that's a perfect and good use of these funds.
So if a student qualifies for the International Science Fair and they need the money for travel expenses, would it be justified to come in front of the board and then request these funds?
I would say if they were impacted, short answer is yes. If they were impacted by COVID and the inability to do normal checks, what they normally would have done in a non-COVID, non-pandemic era, then the answer would be yes. I wouldn't have any problem with that.
Okay.
Mr. Pettis.
Yes, sir.
We every year, we have requests by faculty and students to endorse their efforts to have opportunities to travel throughout the country. We've had extensive opportunities every year where we had going to Washington, D.C., New York City, things of that sort. And those individuals would present early in the school year. We would know about those months in advance. And they would come back to us, but they would do the fundraising. And in those circumstances, we ordinarily do not support the transportation, the costs for attending those conferences. So I'm not certain how we're going about to make this available throughout the district. Whether or not others, this is what, March, that spring break coming up. I thought some of those trips, were they taken during the spring break, or were they taken at the end of the school year or after the school year? Trying to remember back some of those, particularly at LA and at LA Labs and Grants Haskell used to do those trips. And I haven't heard the word from any of those. So have we received any word from any of the schools?
I think I'd like to offer some perspective, that, of course, we just came back face to face in January. So there was a lot of unknowns, as far as like trips and travel. And so we're just now getting back into the normalcy of getting back to these kind of trips. I'd also like to add, Steve brings up a good point that this is, the funds were intended for the impact that COVID has had, the negative impact that it's had. And we're not soliciting and saying, okay, welcome all, come all. We have, lots of trips that we're going to offer and pay for everybody. DECA is one of those that happens annually. And it's one of those that we want to support. It's one of those that would typically have been, the group would have fundraised. So it's truly intended for those types of things, the ordinary annual things that take place. I think anything above that and beyond that probably should be carefully looked at and scrutinized to make sure that we, like as Ms. Lindstrom brought up, that we're not setting a new precedence here we're just, funding everything.
The perception is there. That's my concern. And so we as a board have the duty to expend funds. That's our business, right? Mr. Ortiz?
Yes.
That's what we're supposed to do. We're supposed to make decisions in the best interests of the schools. And so we need to have some criteria by which we do those things. So that's my question is how do we go about considering these opportunities for extracurricular experiences in the future? Because I would expect that others would be interested in doing this. And I don't know what the potential costs would be and what funding source line item we're going to be utilizing. Plus the criteria that we need to have in order to approve students leaving this state. Typically, I was just looking at the application. And it's informative, but not necessarily about a basis from which we make decisions about sending kids out of state. What are some of the precautions, or what are some of the issues that we should consider when we have students leave the state? Do we have parental permission? The standard parental permission slip for field trips, things of that sort. A complete outline of the itinerary. All those kinds of things that demonstrate that the sponsors are going to be held accountable for anything that occurs with the students if something occurs, such as accidents. Those kinds of things we need to be aware of, making sure that if we spend the money, we are also accountable for them.
Mr. President.
Yes, Ms. Sundaley.
I would hate to see us make an example. We have sent students, if you recall, we have sent students to France. We've sent them to Sweden. There are protocols in place for these trips, and these people or these sponsors and parents know of these protocols, and I'm pretty sure that they go through the proper levels of approval, and they don't make these requests haphazardly. And we've expended these funds, and we're in a very unique situation, like Mr. Maldonado has expressed, that the money is there available. And I know in the past, we've always approved trips like this, regardless of what school it came from. And I remember going back to my school and saying, come you guys don't ask for trips to go somewhere? So like Mr. Malo has expressed, that our teachers at all schools are aware of the money available. And these CARES funds, this is a unique situation for them, that where their protocol and their purpose aligns with the expenditures for under the CARES regulations. And we make this a test case, and then we somehow send the wrong message to our students who feel that this, I believe DECA is a worthy cause, and that this is a test case, and so are we gonna make an example of them and say, well, we do have proper protocol and procedures. I'm certain of it, don't we, Mr. Perez, on whose responsibility and for these trips and stuff, and that they have to adhere to those? Or are we just sending off our kids willy-nilly anywhere with anybody? Of course not.
Yes, ma'am.
Proper protocols and procedures.
Yes, ma'am. Mr. President, I can assure you that we do have protocols in place. Bringing it before the board is one piece of the protocols. We do have permission forms. We do have guidance on the number of chaperones per number of students and guidelines that we do follow. We are very careful. We understand that there's lots of liability in sending students even to Albuquerque, let alone across state lines. So yes, we do have policies, procedures, and protocols that we follow for student travel.
Let us not discourage these clubs. Let's not put them on the chopping block just because we have the funds available. And should somebody else come across and want to travel somewhere else, we're going to use those same protocols and same processes. And if the money is available through CARESA funds too, well, by all means, isn't that what we're here, is to encourage our students to go out and promote themselves and further their careers and build their skills? I mean, like I said, we've sent kids to France. I remember approving those trips. I remember approving trips for band and for other groups and activities, because it promotes them as a student and prepares them for the real world. And so I would hate to make this a test case and discourage them, and then discourage other clubs to come before us to say, oh, well, they're not going to approve us. Look at the hard time they gave somebody else. So I'm with Mr. Maldonado. We have the funds available, and they filed the proper paperwork and follow the proper protocols and procedures. Then why shouldn't we let them go?
Well spoken, Ms. Daly. The trips that you were referring to, we did not financially support a lot of those overseas trips. Remember, those trips had to raise their own money. So it is rare that we actually did. I can't think of a time when what typically happens is that the board receives information or requests from faculty quite in advance, letting us know, and so they do raise the funds. We do not support overseas travel, or even travel to Washington D.C. or to we haven't, just hold on a second. We haven't done that, so we need to clarify what we have supported in the past and what we haven't fiscally supported in the past. We have approved their trips, but typically those trips are done outside of our area of responsibility. We are not responsible for those students. The sponsors, the faculty, and the sponsoring organization are the ones who have the legal liability as to what happens to those students. In this instance, if we are going to fund students on travel, such as sports, we are still responsible legally for those students. So I just wanted to make sure we understand how this all plays out. Now, Mr. Perez, you said that did you say they meet our district requirements for requests to travel?
Yes, I believe so.
That opportunity must be articulated for others who are interested in such things, and it be made clear as to what the procedures are to be. And you, as the business manager, you have to advise the superintendent as to whether or not this is an expenditure that is budgetarily permissible. Do we understand that?
I do. He is so advised.
So when the Carissa funds are exhausted, then it goes back to normal.
So when the Carissa funds are exhausted, we still have access to the ARP funds. So again, I guess, these are competitions that the students have won up the ranks in terms of accomplishment. To point to the Pro Start again as another one of those competitions. And again, in ordinary years, they will have the opportunity to fundraise and do all of that. And both the Carissa and the ARP funds are both broad enough that allows us to be able to use those funds to replace the things that were impacted by the pandemic. And this is one of those examples.
Dr. Martin, did you have something to add?
It's been conversation.
What did you say?
What I was about to say has been covered. Yeah.
Well, what were you going to say?
No, I was going to say, I was thinking another step of the process, sometimes it has to really go through approval from PED as well, because we want to make sure that something like this will be reimbursed. So a good protocol to follow every time requests are made is go through our manager and ask if such a thing will really be reimbursed in written format, so we have something to back up whatever reimbursements we.
I don't think we'd seek reimbursement for these things. This is an out and out expenditure of funds.
Well, we again, processes, we pay for it out of our GO fund, and then we
in that process
together get the reimbursement from
that's what you mean.
Funds.
So he's saying,
That's what he's talking about.
and so you see no problem with that.
We've already gotten the approval. We've already gone through that process. He and I work very closely together to make sure that those requests come in before I even give them out, even though I may think it's a perfectly legit thing. We want to make sure we get it from our fund manager, PED, so that we don't cross any lines.
Mr. Perez and any other comments? Okay, a couple more, but go ahead.
Okay, yeah, so for clarification, so you said field trips cannot be covered through Carissa?
Well, this is not a field trip, and there is a fund, the rural low-income school fund that we got. That we, as long as the field trip has a lesson plan with it, leads to like local field trips, they will fund those to that program. But that's not what we target through the use of Carissa funds. We look at things that are impacted by COVID. Again, the big part here is the students' inability to do any significant fundraising that we normally do with these costs.
But impacted with COVID, you said before, that's a broad area. I mean, social, emotional, these kids haven't gone on a field trip in a long time. A lot of kids aren't exposed to, let's say, if they want to go to a museum. So I think that would be a place where I would fall under Carissa.
It does. Yeah, it does.
Oh, okay.
I think that the argument I made regarding the RLIS funds was these kids haven't gone anywhere, right? They haven't done anything. They've been cooped up at home or whatever. And so here's an opportunity to get them out, get some exposure to a lot of different things that they sometimes ordinarily would have done, or maybe now is an opportunity to rescue them out of this funk. So yes, that's important.
So.
And I am sure that if the science, those that are going to the science competition would come before our board and ask for funds, if they make it to the state finals or to the district finals or to the country, excuse me, country planners, we're going to fund them because they too have had not the ability to fundraise for trips. And that falls in the same guidelines as Carissa. Nobody has had the opportunity to fundraise. Now, this is not a social trip. This is a competition. DECA is a recognized program of the school. It doesn't stand for just one or two. This is a recognized group of students, just like GATE is, just like the gifted and talented are. They're all recognized programs of the school, and we encourage their participation. Let's not discourage them.
Mr. Perez, I'm assuming that we will diligently communicate all the criteria and opportunities, procedures for these, and we will have to plan on the budgetary planning on these kinds of things. And I'm not certain what the time frame is for any others. Typically, we have school trips ending prior to June 30th. Whether or not these can continue into the next fiscal years, I don't know.
The answer is yes, it can. Again, the answer is yes.
Okay, thank you. Then I think it's the board's expectation that the district administration are going to set up the necessary processes, procedures to communicate to the 11 schools. So be prepared that you may end up having a range of requests, not necessarily identical to these, but even small things. We just heard presentations about an hour ago. Excuse me. So we need to recognize that, and I think that that's important. So, are you prepared? Are we prepared to vote? Okay. Roll call vote. You'll call my name first.
You go last.
No, I'm going first this time.
Okay. Dr. Garishambo,
Yes.
Emily Hunt Daly,
Yes. Yes.
Richard Jones,
Yes.
You don't answer.
Alicia Lundstrom. Yes. Ron Ortiz.
Aye. Congratulations, Mr. Talahatiwa.
Thank you guys. Thank you for this opportunity. As we continue to establish ourselves as a powerhouse among these other schools like Volcano Vista, El Dorado, just to name a few. New Mexico DECA doesn't typically send many students. They send under 200, and to have 3 of those come from Grants High School within its first 3 months, 4 months of existing, I appreciate your guys' time and consideration for this.
Extend our congratulations to your students. We wish them well. We hope for great things from them and from you.
Thank you. Thank you.
And I'd like to say, Ms. Elena and Ms. Cheyenne, I expect you to become teachers and come back to Grants High School and teach. Do we have a deal?
Should have been stipulation.
Thank you for your guys' support.
Give me a thumbs up there.
Start packing. Okay. Mr. Pettis.
Yes, sir. Next up is action item B, consideration approval to remove mask requirements on school buses in the GCCS Enhanced COVID Response Protocol document. I do recommend that we approve this action item.
Is there a motion?
I motion that we approve.
Is there a second? Second by Richard Jones. Motion made by Alicia Lundstrom, seconded by Richard Jones to approve the mask requirements on school buses, the GCCS Enhanced COVID Response Protocol document. Any debates? Any comments? Do you want to clarify for us?
Mr. President, I do have a question. Is Ms. Noto, she is aware of this?
Yes. Yeah, so this, Mr. President, Ms. Hunt Daly, this is a result of the, when we made the changes in the last COVID response protocol sections, it was not yet approved by the federal side that the masks we'd be able to remove the masks. So we were not able to change this part of the COVID protocols at that time. However, between that time and recently, there has been that change, and statewide, we've been given the green light to remove the mask from students and bus drivers. So.
Thank you. That's all I needed to know. Vote.
Call for the motion. Call for the vote.
Emily Hunt Daly.
Yes.
Thank you. Richard Jones. Alicia Lundstrom. Yes. Ron Ortiz.
Aye.
Dr. Garashambo.
Yes. The motion motion carries. Motion carried for A. Motion carries for A on DECA conference. Motion carries for the masking motion that we just had. C, consideration of approval expenditures to utilize CRSA funds for district capital projects. Mr. Pettis.
Mr. President, Board, so this amount, this CRRSA funds, we do have a window that we need to expend the CRRSA funds before we move on to the ARP funds. And it's a relatively short window. In the Finance Committee meeting, we discussed some projects that we need to accomplish that have been on deck that are also approved or actually aligned with the criteria of the CRRSA funds. And we identified 3 different areas. One was the remodeling of the ag building back here behind the central office behind the high school. 2 was rebuilding a technology compound and moving the staff there out of the portable and into a more concrete building. And the third was the third one?
Lambs.
Lambs. Okay, so Los Alamitos Middle School, they have been without an activity, choir, band, multi-activity place at the school, which has been a need for a while. That would also be a direct align with the CRRSA funds. So those are the 3 projects that are identified, and we're asking the board to approve this evening is that we're allowed to move forward with those projects with these funds.
All right.
Mr. President, Mr. Superintendent, what's the cost of those?
We're looking at around $4 million.
Okay, so I hope we're not going to tear that budget apart. It's just part of CRRSA's fund spending.
So I just want to, as a way of perspective, so what we're asking today is to ask permission from the PED to use those funds for those projects. That's the process that we have to go through. When we get permission, which I think we will, then we'll come back to you as a board with all the specifics and the specific in terms of the timing and the dollar amounts, and those kinds of things. So this is really just the first step in our process for achieving funding for those projects. We have to identify what the projects would be, how they would fall in line with the CRRSA guidelines, and then we have to write that narrative, and Mr. Dr. has to seek the approval from that. Once we get that, that's the big open door for us to then come back, okay? And we still have another $2.5 million after that.
Okay, so you come back for our approval at that time. for the actual, so this is basically an approval
To ask.
to request those funds. So you need to make that clear in the motion. That we're actually recommending approval for the district administration to request the utilization of CRISM funds for district capital outlay projects.
That's correct.
Is that correct?
That's correct.
That's any other discussions?
So the multi-purpose room at.
Wait, Ms. Daly, Ms. Lundstrom?
Thank you. I have a question. The multi-purpose room at Lambs, would that be like the performing arts building here at the high school?
No, members of the board, Ms. Lundstrom, the intent is to provide Lambs with a band room, something they need desperately, but at the same time to also provide for the beginning of the CTE program and plan. And so that'll serve that building would serve a dual purpose in that capacity. That's our intent right now at this time.
So it wouldn't be an auditorium, like, for example, if they have any extracurricular activities, National Honor Society or National Junior Honor Society, anything like that, people could congregate in that room?
Those spaces will be large spaces that would be at the discretion of the principal probably to use that. For some of those, I would defer that to Mr. President.
I just know they're lacking in that as well.
But I know
in
what
an auditorium.
The intent of it is two large rooms, one that's more designed for band and music, playing music that are acoustics and whatnot. The other would be more rough for maybe it's woodworking, maybe it would follow along the lines of the CTE program at the middle school level, and it would be designed with that intent.
And Mr. President, Ms. Lundstrom, I would love to see like a big performing arts center there, something a little bit more sophisticated, but right now the proposal so far in the discussions has been just a great big space, and then what we feel it can, without any real ceiling or anything else, a box, so to speak, so that we can utilize it. Labs is really short on space, and I think it's gonna help in many ways, not only for the CTE and the band and the music programs, but they really do need some space for expansion. I think it gets a little bit crowded there, to be honest.
So the approximate amount is. Ms. Daly, excuse me, apologize. Ms. Daly.
Mr. Maldonado, so this falls within the Carissa guidelines, this $4 million expenditures?
Yes, I'm hearing the scope of the project and the intent for improving academics and improving learning loss and all of the other items that fall within the parameters of Carissa. We think we can make the argument for these spaces, and so we'll see after we make the argument whether they say yes or no, but I'm fairly confident that we will be able to get that kind of approval. Dr. Martin has already sort of paved the way for some of this information coming in, and so our preliminary asking and queries have not been met with any no yet. So we think we really do have an opportunity to use that for that. So the answer is yes. Long-winded answer, the answer is yes.
Okay, let's list the projects again.
Okay.
Ms. Daly?
Now, I'm just gonna say thank you. I was just being facetious. We're willing to approve $4 million through Carissa funding and not have any questions about it. So you have my full approval.
Well, may I clarify? We are not asking you to approve $4 million in spending. We're asking you to approve 3 projects that we will then go to the PED and ask for approval for. Once we get that, we will come back to you with the actual approval for the projects themselves.
List the projects again.
Number one is the agriculture remodel of a building back here behind the central office for the use of agricultural.
Remodeling of the agricultural.
What's the name of that building?
building,
Ag building. Yeah.
the ag building at Grants High School. What's the second one?
Technology building,
Technology building? That's the district technology building.
yes.
And then the third one?
The space at Lambs for music and career tech programs.
How do you want to say it?
That was good.
That's it.
Space?
Well, it could be a building, yeah.
What?
Say learning space,
Yeah, it's a learning space.
classroom space.
Building, learning space.
Large classroom space, learning space for, primarily for music and other,
Music and career tech.
and CTE, etc. Okay? I entertain a motion to that effect, and I'll give the motion language to Lorraine. Is there a motion?
Emily Hunt Daly, so moved. Emily Hunt Daly, so moved.
Is there a second?
I'll second.
I'll second it.
Seconded by Richard Jones to approve the approval for the district to request the utilization of CRSSA funds for district capital A projects, of which are, one, the ag building at Grants High School remodeling. Two is the district technology building replacement. Three is enlarge classroom facility for music and CTA, etc. Call for the motion. Call for the roll call vote.
Emily Hunt Daly. Emily.
Emily?
Yes, 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 yes.
One yes is fine.
Richard Jones.
Aye.
Alicia Landstrom.
Yes.
Ron Ortiz.
Aye.
Dr. Guyer Shambo.
Yes. Continuing on, consent agenda.
So, Mr. President, Board, I recommend that we approve the items under the consent agenda.
So, is there a motion? Is there a motion for the consent agenda?
I make the motion we approve.
Richard Jones made his motion. Is there a second to approve?
One second.
Second by Ron Ortiz to approve the consent agenda as presented. I'll roll call vote.
Emily Hunt Daly.
Yes,
Richard Jones.
Aye.
Alicia Landstrom.
Yes.
Ron Ortiz.
Aye.
Dr. Guyer Shambo.
Yes. Mr. Pettis, your report.
Yeah, so, Mr. President, Board, just a quick update on, I'd like to just let everyone know that, as you know, we've been transitioning out of Power School, which has been long used for many years, into Synergy. It's the new and upgraded version of Power School, and we have a team that's been working on it for several months now. I just want to let you know that things are going well with that. We are transitioning as we anticipated, and we do plan on having a full switch by the fall. July 1st will be we're actually turning the switch from one to the other. Right now, we're almost in a double system now. But we have there's been a lot of work, and we still have, right now, the next step is in April, is going to do a lot of training for the teachers and all the users, the principals and registrars and so on. So just wanted to give you an update that things are on track with that and moving from Power School to Synergy. And then, Mr. President, the next item is the New Mexico School Board Association Student Achievement Awards. These are not actually for students. This is actually community members, parents, teachers, leaders, administrators, anyone who could be nominated who has contributed to student success, student achievement. And so we had several applications come in, I think about 25 total. And Just so you know, we had a short window. We had to narrow it down to 6 because we were able to get 6 slots and plaques for those recipients. And Dr. Guy has sifted through those, and we have narrowed it down to those 6. And I'm not sure, Dr. Guy, I think we're ready to put those names to the School Board Association and move forth with that. I just wanted to keep the board informed. Typically, we don't do a full board vote on these. It's basically just agreeing and moving forward with those names.
Can we announce names?
Those will be presented in April.
Oh, okay. We won't know how that's gonna be decided. We'll wait until NSBA lets us know.
Yes.
Okay. So there were 6 outstanding nominees. I'll let you know once the NSBA lets us know.
Yeah.
Thank you. Executive session. Let's go into that. Next executive session, discussion of limited personnel matters pursuant to section 1015-1 H2 of the Open Meetings Act for discussion of professional development plan, including receipt of presentation by superintendent and his evaluation pursuant to section 1015-1 H7 of the Open Meetings Act. The board will meet in executive session to discuss best practices, the parameters and process of a professional development plan for the superintendent with its legal and with its legal counsel and other attorney-client privilege and anticipation of litigation. Is there a motion to go into executive session?
I'll make a motion.
Motion has been made by Alicia Lundstrom. Is there a second?
Second, Emily Hunt Daly.
Emily Hunt Daly seconded the motion to go into executive session pursuant to New Mexico Open Meetings Act under section 1015-187 of the New Mexico Meetings Act. Roll call.
Emily Hunt Daly?
Yes.
Thank you. Richard Jones?
Aye.
Alicia Lundstrom? Yes. Ron Ortiz?
Yes.
Dr. Garashambo?
Yes. The time is
8:14.
8:14 p.m. The board will go into executive session. And
Maybe we first stand here. We'll stay.
We'll stay in here.
Yeah.
Okay.
We can let,
Thank you, guys.
So give us a few minutes, then we will go into executive session.
That's the only way you can do it.
Oh, man.
you have to let us back.
We're gonna close this meeting and go into another one.
Yes, we are.
We're gonna, yes.
Mr. Martin?
We'll have to close this meeting. It's under.
It's under,
You want me to close the meeting?
well,
Or during?
Well, we have to close this Zoom
We just have to get out of it,
and then go into a new Zoom.
but they may want to wait online.
so how do you do that? Sign out? I leave? Okay.
But you'll keep
What
it
is it?
open. You'll keep it open on your side?
Yes.
Okay.
Okay, so
Only exit here.
So for the public, you should be able to get back onto the Zoom, but we will be,
They just stay on Zoom.
yeah, they say on this one, you guys are going to a new one.
yeah, we will, you just stay with this one. If you leave, you can always go back into it again.
We can't undo it because it's, or do you want me to go?
Well, I can just undo it from here.
Okay,
Can you?
Yeah, because he's keeping it open.
Okay.
So, this thing's on the way.
Yeah, see, I wonder if we can move this thing.
do this for a while.
Oh, yeah. And now my allergies are bad too. I started taking some medicine.
Okay.
So whenever you feel like that's the end, yeah, you call it.
We're gonna
Dr. Martin, can you hear us?
Yes, I can, sir. Can you hear me, sir?
Yes, thank you.
You're welcome.
We're waiting for Emily and. There's Richard.
Yes, I can, sir.
Hey, I'm here.
Hello, Richard. We're waiting for Emily.
I got you.
Or something about it. You were done.
Emily is not back on the regular meeting. So I don't know if
I'm gonna call her.
we have a quorum.
Excuse me, Richard, yeah, Richard's on.
There she is.
Okay. We're ready?
6:30.
The board came out of closed session at what time?
9:40.
9:40. The board discussed only the topics that were stated in the motion to go into executive session. No other topics were discussed under section 1015-1H7. Roll call vote to, is there a motion to go into open session?
Emily Hunt Daly, so moved.
Then seconded by Emily Hunt Daly to reconvene the open session. Roll call.
Emily Hunt Daly,
Yes. Yes.
Richard Jones,
Aye.
Alicia Lundstrom. Yes. Ron Ortiz,
Aye.
Dr. Guyer Shambo.
Yes. The announcements are there. A reminder for all of you guys, we're supposed to tell Lorraine whether or not we're gonna go to a spring ranger meeting. And then you see the rest of them.
And that's in Bernalillo, right?
Yes.
Was that requiring a lodging or what?
It's 5:30 to usually 5:30 to 8:30 in Bernalillo, so it's usually just a drive over and back.
Yeah. Fine. Okay. Agenda items? And who's gonna attend that? Anybody so far? I guess I will.
What day is it?
It's April 13th. You remember what
13th.
day?
I think.
What day of the week? What day of the week?
The Wednesday.
I may not be able to, I think I have a medical appointment that day, but I'll let you know. Okay, adjournment, is there a motion to adjourn?
I make a motion to
Motion
adjourn.
to adjourn by Lorraine Lundstrom. Alicia Lundstrom, seconded by?
I'll second.
Seconded by Ron Ortiz to adjourn the meeting. Roll call.
Emily Hunt Daly,
So, yes.
Richard Jones.
Yes.
Aye.
Alicia Lundstrom. Yes. Ron Ortiz,
Yes.
Dr. Guyer Shambo.
Yes. Motion, meeting adjourned, motion carries, meeting adjourned at
9:43.
what time did you say we came out of open session? Oh, out of,
9:40.
what did I put, 8:14?